Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, November the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? And before I do that, let me make sure you guys can see, just switch my scene here. There you go. Should be able to see my screen now. Okay, so a few things to cover just before I get into all the ones that are gapping up this morning. Man, we've got a ton of gappers. So the trade of the week. The trade of the week is RIDE, R-I-D-E. The trade of the week is RIDE. Considered live at 27.31 with a stop at 24.50. Okay, bit of a change trade of the week in that most of the trades of the week, have got a lot more historical data. But I guess Steve felt this week that why not? Let's go along for the ride and some of these crazy little, not little, but these EVs. So we'll see what happens. So you can trade it accordingly. So again, the trade of the week is considered live at 27.31. So, obviously in the pre-market, it did get a little bit above that. So let's just see what happens once this market opens. Did I write Lord? Oh, son of a gun. Sorry about that. You're right. I was thinking of Lord. So the trade. That is the. That, of course, is who they're merged with, I think. Just a second. Let me just put it, re-enter it, and delete the previous one. There we go. That's who they took, they merged with Lordstown. So that's why I was getting confused there. Okay, so thank you, Prana, thank you. Now, and just bookkeeping here, HTGM, we have it up a huge percentage, 1,244%. This is not taking into account, this is a reverse split, okay, a 1 for 15 reverse split, so that is not up 1,244%. All right, now there is a ton, of course, pick an EV. So let's start taking a look at some of them. KXIN, up 33%. I know the China EV. I mean, look at the room it's got still. It's above Friday's high right now, of course. JMIA continues. Just a great run it's been on. IDEX, rallies on increasing stake in E-Tractor Company. So this is kind of an E-play, I suppose. IDEX. It's not a low float, 190 million in the float. But look at the gap up through. No, actually that's a 200 weekly. Green Power, Vancouver company, GP, another EV play, not China, but another EV play, still super strong. Lifetime highs, just about. What's the high rate there? 23.45, yep, lifetime high. And Mara is gapped up nicely now. I'm not in it yet again, but maybe this is the week. BKYI. Did it hold its gap? BKYI. Yeah, big fade. Quite a big fade here, guys. That's almost $1, 449 down to 367. Security. They had some kind of a security press release. BKYI. Very low float. Esther, I don't know why you can't get in. Again, this is, here's the link. You have to go to the home page and sign in. Not sure why you can't get in, but I'll just have to give you the link again to the trading room. NIU is an earnings play. NIU is an earnings play. Big gap down, actually, 7%. NIU released earnings pre-market. That's a big gap down, actually. Workhorse, WKHS. Is that a sneaky good week last week? I didn't really see it that much, but the low was 19, got up to 25, continuing. WKHS. CIIC, one of the SPACs. It's starting to drift down just a little bit here, but this is still up almost 10%. CIIC, what a week it had. Now, fuel cell, it's interesting to me. Really, I mean, look at the gap it's got on that monthly chart. It has really lagged Plug and Ballard. Maybe this week. I mean, it had a great week last week. But when you look at Plug as an example, I mean, look at that monthly chart. Look at Ballard, BLDP. Look at that monthly chart. Now compare it to fuel cell. So even though it had a great week, but look, I mean, the other ones are almost at their lifetime highs. This has a huge gap. Used to always look at these three as kind of the troika of this kind of, well, fuel cell, Ballard, and Plug. But fuel cell has really, really lagged, even though it had a great week. So let's see if it can, pick up the pace here, because it's got a tremendous gap. A bio. Yeah, there are still bios, virus plays. But again, I was skeptical. 477 on the high. It's back down to 412. Received fast track designation from the FDA. It is a virus play. Frog, F-R-O-G, fairly recent IPO. Now it's popped up quite a bit, 58 back up to 60. I think what's happened is they have an early lockdown release. I don't know if they had I tried to read the press release. I kept seeing different dates. So I don't know if what they're trying to say is that we, just for argument's sake, we were going to release or allow insiders to sell their shares, just for argument's sake, January 1st, and now they're saying December 15th. In other words, an earlier lockdown release. That's kind of what I gathered. Again, those are not the right dates, but just the gist of it. Net Element still strong. Let's take a look at Net Element. NETE had a great run at the end of Friday. Right up there. Actually, it gave up quite a bit once after hours. But look at this, NETE. So it's up 12%. Good volume. Super low float. 4.2 million in the float. You know what's starting to, wow, look at Snap. Look at Snap. Look at Snap on the move here. All-time high. Snap all-time high. Wow. It's just absolutely accelerating here. Now, keep an eye on VLDR. This is GKK were here. I think he would tell me this is the old Graph, GRAF, and this is the company they merged with. Look at last week. Really didn't do very much, but maybe it's going to get rolling again. Because look at the potential gap fill up to 25, way up here. So it really didn't do too much last week, but maybe it's going to get rolling, as I say. Yeah, and at least they did a pre-market. AYRO did a financing. And let's see, so they did a financing. They got that down to 810. Nice bounce back right up. Not sure what the financing price is, if there's actually a price that's been released. I see $10 million, so it's not a huge, certainly not a huge one. At the market. Okay, well, anyway. Do you remember what happened last week with, was it FUV? It really shrugged off its financing. AEO. Unfortunately, the page would not load, but AEO, when I say it wouldn't load, I could not see what. Oh, here we go. Okay, so Morgan Stanley and, wow, Morgan Stanley says they maintain with a target of 16, so that's over the target. Let's see what JP Morgan had to say. So they have a target of 22. Okay, so Morgan Stanley a little bit behind the times here. They've got a target of 16, so the stock's at 17.50 now. JP Morgan has a more aggressive price target for AEO at 22. Well, thank you guys for posting the snap info. All right, so I also want to pop this into the room right now. So we do have a promo, and probably at least till tonight. Okay, so there is the promo code, okay? Now it is test drivers 25%. Now when you click on my home page, you'll see another promo. Okay, so disregard that one. When you click on my home page and then get trade ideas. So when you do that and then you choose your plan, and here's where you put the promo code right in there. Enter the coupon code. And again, it's test drivers, all in caps, 25%. That'll get you 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Now, this is a great way to try us out because if you decide that you can always go on a month-to-month basis. Say take out a standard monthly plan, but if within 30 days you decide you want to upgrade, you can do so, and we'll honor the 25% promo code. What trading platform? You mean my brokerage? It's Interactive Brokers. How about DPW? I don't know. I haven't seen it. That's good. I mean, look, there's so many. Yeah, it's a 41%. And it's got a lot of room. And it's a low float. Interesting. I'm going to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Well, that's what I mean. Interactive brokers. You need a broker, to trade stock, buy and sell. Interactive brokers. All right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. So I'm not sure, when you say I mean to trade stock, yes, you need a broker. And my broker is Interactive Brokers. That's how I trade stock. All right, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. My guess is that, a few more upgrades. Market just will not quit. I don't know if I mentioned Fuel Tech, FTEK. Fuel Tech is also running here this morning. And I really didn't go over all the China XPEV, LI. They're running. It's just like nonstop for these EVs. That's why maybe the RIDE, RIDE, being the trade of the week. It's not China, but it's certainly the hot sector still. And yes, Dreamer, I will take it once it triggers this morning and keep it for the week. All right, those are some of the upgrades. I got some of the downgrades in, not as many. Just a few more to go for the downgrades. Yeah, I don't see any multiple downgrades nor upgrades other than the AEO, but kind of a weird upgrade by Morgan Stanley. This is a short week for the markets. Yes, the market is closed on Thursday and only open half a day on Friday. Did I not mention IDEX? Yeah, it's a gap up. I thought I mentioned IDEX, but it is a gap up. So when you ask me what about it, just have to wait for the market to open. So as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, I don't think there's going to be too many on the downside, but if you want to follow my watch list up and down, just from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Windows, or My Watch List, sorry. Barry's, where are you? Barry's watch list right there. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. We will start getting some alerts here right off the bat, but nothing in here until 9:45. I like to see things try to settle down just a little bit. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Just to let things settle down a little bit. And XPEV is now overtaken NIO. Wow, by a big way now. Look at NIO. $50. Lagging. NIO's lagging. XPEV. Tremendous IPO. First 3 months. Yeah. And look at this month though. What a month. LI is going to look the same. Yeah, first, again, this IPO'd a month before XPEV. Yeah, I see somebody talking about FUV in the YouTube feed. Yeah, but it's coming down. It's actually starting to fade quite a bit, FUV. The other one's Solo. I don't know what Solo is doing. Yeah, Solo is not. Maybe this is. I don't know. Maybe it's not going to be quite as active as it was last week, or the last. Maybe look at the run it had. $2, $2.60. Maybe 2.5 weeks ago, all the way up to $13.60. I know a lot of people are making fun of what their car looks like. So be it. Now keep an eye on fuel cell. I mean, this really has lagged. Excuse me, sorry about that. This has really lagged Plug and Ballard in a big way. I mean, had a nice week, great week, but it has really, really lagged Plug and Ballard on that monthly chart. So, I mean, this has a lot of potential. Fuel cell, FCEL. Again, I'm not telling you to buy it. I'm just watch it. Did they do a... Okay, guys, so Ride is actually moving down, so it has not triggered yet. I know it kind of triggered pre-market, but I don't pay attention to the pre-market. So keep an eye on Ride. This is the trade of the week. 27.31 is the trigger. So and again, I'm just going to have to, going to hammer at you guys, but keep an eye on the fuel cell. I mean, it is got just a ton of room. Just to refresh again, look at Plug. I mean, look at the difference in that monthly chart for Plug and fuel cell, and even compared to Ballard. And I'm not saying fuel cell is a great company. I don't know how they compare company wise with Plug and Ballard. That's not the point. The point is that it did have a nice week, and just maybe investors. That's all traders are looking at. They're looking at a potential. And Candy is still. That's the one, isn't Candy the one that did the financing? He just completely shrugged it off. Like a big who cares? Meanwhile, let's see what the market is doing. The market is up this morning. Of course, it's up this morning. Just have to wait and see how the market opens. See if we're going to have, if this gap holds. Meanwhile, Snap is just, wow. It's a big move for, a billion in the float. That's a big, big move for Snap on that news. Look at my gap ups. I mean, compared to my gap downs this morning. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is it. And there's that HYLN, another electric vehicle, a big truck. Okay, guys, Ride is right back up. Right back up. All right, I'm going to shut down these two. HYLN, guys. Okay, well, there's again, this is pre-market still, guys, for Ride. All right, market's going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great start to this trading week. Again, it's a truncated week. The markets are closed. U.S. markets are closed on Thursday and half the day on Friday. I will open the room on Friday. I may not, I'm not sure I will be on the mic or anything, and I'm not sure how much pre-market work I'm going to do, but I will open the room on Friday. Really like trading half a day, but I will endeavor to keep the room open for you guys if you want. Okay, guys, 3, 2, 1. We are open this week. And these are the ones that I've held. This is in the simulator, which I'm going to go over later on. There's look at KXIN almost taking out the pre-market high. It's getting close. Looks like that high was about 899 KXIN. Okay, well, it's obviously triggered now. Ride is triggered. 2731. There's fuel cell, guys. FCEL. And ride is triggered. You know, it'd be a chase right now. Here goes fuel cell, guys. Just one moment, please. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I was on mute. I am very sorry about that. I've been on mute for a couple of minutes, yes. So look at AA, guys. And I was just saying, look at even U.S. Steel, so some old name companies. Nope, it's still the same symbolist name. Okay, guys, Mara, maybe this is Dale. I'm going to hold it. look at Alcoa AA. Okay, I'm watching fuel cell. If it takes this out, I may have to just snag some 643. Look at the volume that came in. Yeah, there's JMIA. Just what a run it's had. Look at the week it had. Continuation. You guys remember this when it IPO'd? It got all the way up to 50. Yeah, even I noticed you're mentioning Smile Direct. I mean, there were just so many gappers this morning, guys. Smile Direct, another one, SDC. It takes out that high right there, 1175. It's very close. Has a shot to get into the 12s, I suppose. Yeah, Mara is now challenging for. My little focus is on fuel cell right now. I just want to see how well it holds this level, because if it ever gains any traction, I mean, look at the void for this one. It has lagged the rest of them badly. Now, there may be a reason for that, but all traders are just looking at this. That's they're not looking at the fundamentals of this company. Yeah, Corsair is just, as they say, incroyable. Look at Corsair, just what a run since it's, I know I've mentioned this many times as a potential swing. I sort of did it for a while, but okay, so Richie Rich, I'm going to give you the link for the video, okay? If you haven't watched the video, it goes into exactly all of that, the correct port to pick, etc. Okay, if you haven't watched the video. Okay, just waiting. Again, nothing will happen in these two windows. Look at Pola. They're another EV. Polar power. EV. What's this? Yeah, this. I mean, look at the float. 5.6 million in the float. So 2 months ago, it hit 657. Fuel cell guys. Fuel cell guys. Again, I'm not going to tell you to take anything, all right? You have to make up your own mind, but I kind of try to lay it out pre-market, why I kind of like fuel cell, just because of that potential gap fill. I cannot press the buy button for you. Here's another one that is gapping up. That's a huge float. 2 billion in the float for UMC. Huge float. My voice just broke there. Huge float for UMC. 2 billion in the float. Where are they out of? Yeah, that's what I thought. You can just check, look at a daily chart. When it kind of looks like this, you can almost rest assured it's a foreign company. Yeah, I know somebody mentioned, there's just so many. I mean, I know somebody mentioned Beam. There's just so many, guys. Well, I have to make a decision fairly soon here on the fuel cell. You know, I'm always one of these, always worried about a whole number break. All right, I have taken some out at 670, just in case. And you know what, I mentioned I was waiting for a break of around 630 for it, so okay, so here's another one that was really a big mover last week. Look at Atro, guys. Atro, what's the float like? Low float, 22.9 million in the float. Look at the, I mean, look at the room it's got. I mean, look at that monthly chart. Just look at it, okay? I mean, look at the room this Atro has. Aircraft, okay, where are they out of? They're a U.S. company. Anyway, look at this market surging here. Market's up 200. Tech is up 71. The SPY is up. Trade of the week is, I'm kind of waiting for a little bit of a pullback. It may not happen. Trade of the week is a ride. 27.31 is the trigger. Had a chance to get in it. It was actually below 27.31, so you did have a chance if you wanted to. There's that UMC. Look at the float though, 2 billion in the float, and it's really moving. All right, a couple of minutes before anything will happen in these two windows. Look at Mara, guys, almost at 4. Lots of volume coming into Mara. How's Riot doing? I'm sure Riot is just probably, yeah, leading the parade here. There's, look at this one, HYLN, another SPAC. And we now have a halt here for CIIC. Wow. Oh. This was on my watch list also. Whoa, man, you know what? This is just going to absolutely explode. I'm looking at the bid-ask right now. It's at 29. It got halted at 25.20. So if that bid-ask holds, this is just going to absolutely explode. There's another SPAC from last week, HCAC. It's got up to 1354. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up. SPAC, that's the acronym. That is the acronym. The year of the SPAC. Look at the ride now. Holy smokes. So this is almost an all-time high right there, I think, is the all-time high. 2970. All right. Fuel cell is still running a little bit here. I'm just waiting to see if it can take out this area right up here around 6 seconds. I have taken some out. Just getting my marks here for my, what a nice video I'll be doing later on today. Here's another one I saw on the pre-market, IDT, but it had pulled way back. I have the halt on the, well, I have the halt on CIICU. I'm sorry. So yeah, XPEV has just left NIO in its dust. All right, I also want to just put this in again for a few times. I'm not sure when this is going to expire. They say tonight, midnight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas for 25% off, there is the promo code. Okay, so when you click on my homepage, there's the promo code right there. Test drivers, all in caps, 25%. Don't forget to include the percent. And so when you click on my homepage, and then click on Get Trade Ideas, never mind that promo that's above it. And choose your plan, and then where it says coupon, make sure you put this one in here, the test drivers 25%. Okay? And I think it's a great way, if you're unsure about taking out a subscription, you can always try us out on a monthly basis on the standard. And then if within 30 days you decide you want to upgrade, you can do so, and we will honor the 25% promo. Okay? Okay, so we did get some already, and it is 9:45, so we got some in my watch list now. Keep an eye on net element. If it holds 14, looking left, the next high in that weekly chart is 1575 right up here. It's a low float, 4.2 million in the float. Okay, so this just opened. You see CIICU. And Candy. Wow, 1369. What are we at now? 1385. Now this is interesting. Wow, Arrow. I know I say it all the time, but shrugging off of financing. I'm not even sure exactly what the price is. It's sort of at the market, but AYRO, another China EV play. If you're not familiar with this one, this was fabulous for us last week. Had a GP do 28.28. So this is pulled back. So what I'd be watching for is see if it takes out 28.28 again. Another EV play. Oh, guy. Okay, here's that G-Tech. This is actually an earnings play. We don't have it as an earnings play, but it looks like this is an earnings play. Take a look at LPG. Yeah, this is from Chris, Trade Ideas. He's saying to watch LPG. Take a look at LPG. Interesting. Look at G-Tech. Wow, again, earnings play, guys. We don't have it as an earnings play, but I believe it is an earnings play. Look at the float, 2 billion in the float. All right, Mara, over 4. Still unshortable for me at Interactive Broker. The big red dot telling me that it is not shortable. GTEC, steroidal. Look at this one. Look at the float, 2 million in the float. Where are they out of again? They're a China stock, GTEC. And this is... Oh, okay. So this is, I'm not even sure what, I don't know how to interpret this. A blank check company, I know what that is. But I don't know if they've bought anything yet. Look at KNDI. It's interesting though, when you look at it, it looks like it's still one of these blank check companies, a SPAC that has not actually bought anything yet. So I'm not sure how to interpret that. All right, guys, Riot and Mara. You really take your pick, I guess. I think Riot has more of a following. I haven't even looked at what the AI is doing. Okay, so GP. Well, UMC, I mentioned this one earlier. I mean, mainly because of the float, but look at the gap here. UMC, I don't know, what do they do? Semis, so it's a Taiwan company. I mean, that's a huge move, guys. 17% for a 2 billion in the float. All right, let's see if Riot can keep tugging Mara up with it. Now this is GMHI. Now this had a big, well, like a lot of them. This is a SPAC, I guess. Yeah, so this is a SPAC, so it doesn't have anything in it yet. But look at GMHI. I mean, off 10 2 days ago. 1440 now. Nice little 50% move, just about. Anybody know who they're supposed to be looking at? GMHI? And when GKK is in the room, he knows a lot about these SPACs. Okay, guys, now Ride is a little bit of a pullback here. Ride. Let me see, it gets down here. All right, SUNW, another one that is moving here. SUNW, among many stocks. I'm still keeping an eye on the fuel cell to see if it can explode a little bit more from here. FCEL. Now there's the fuel tech. FTEK, another low float, 17 million in the float. Look left on that daily chart. So if it takes out two, I mean, this has got room to three. FTEK. Meanwhile, GTEC. And we have a halt. OCN is halted. OCN just got halted. Wow. You were a reverse split. I don't remember it being this expensive. OCN. Luminar Technologies. Thank you, Rob. All right, guys. Well, let's take a quick look at the my watch list. GP 2828. I would be watching it again to see if it takes that out. Arrow 996. What did it get up to? 1061. Net Element 1422. It didn't really move that much. Candy 1369. Got up to 1430 odd. G-Tech 558. Wow. 648. Mara, a break of 4. Let's see if it can hold it. And then F-Tech 172, 181 right now. So my watch list performing again. Nothing on the short side. Now fuel cell. Is it? Let me just see a fuel cell. I can't. Yeah, fuel cell's in my watch list, but here's the issue. You will have to take out 674 for it to trigger in here. It needs a high of the day break, and it could happen very soon here. 674 is the high of the day, so you will see it up here. I don't mean you have to take it, but if you're wondering, well, why is it up here? That's why. And there's AEO. Again, a couple of upgrades. One of them is a little bit strange. Morgan Stanley had an upgrade to 16, but that was already passed. JP Morgan, more aggressive, $22 for AEO. And they have, now this is an earnings play. Looks like it releases after hours tomorrow. So I would not be holding it after tomorrow. All right, let's do this then. Okay, so just took the trade of the week, and I'm going to try to hold it all week unless it hits the stop, of course. The stop is 24.50. All right, guys, so that's why. Remember I was saying the FCEL would trigger here. It's a little late, of course. The unfortunate thing is that it had a high right up here, right off the bat. So the only way it triggers is if it takes out that high, which it did. So a little bit extended now, but okay, Riot making new highs. Riot making new highs. See if it can drag Mara up. Blink making a new high here. BLNK making not just a new high, but an all-time high. So here's our sector list. Pearl, gold, gold and silver. Only two negative sectors today, which is somewhat typical when the market's ripping. Yeah, Bitcoin and EVs. And this one just got halted on the way up. So KXIN had a nice pop right off the bat, pulled back, and now it's halted on the way up. However, I'm looking at the, I see 940 on the bid, but so it's halted at 978. Catch my breath here. Boy, I can tell you, fuel cell takes out 7, well, maybe 8 later, but it takes out 7. Let's take a look left. And on that monthly chart, we have a high of 1128. Let's take a look on the weekly chart, see what we've got going. There's no, I mean, I'm going back to, let's see if I look left. So 708, guys, 708 is the next high looking left on that weekly chart. That's back in, that's about a year and a half ago, February of 2019. So over a year and a half ago, those are the highs. So that's the next level for it to get through. If it can get through that, who knows? All right, guys, I've taken some more off of the fuel cell just in case it cannot get through 7, okay? No, I'm not looking to short it. First of all, I can't short it. If you're talking about fuel cell, I cannot short it. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. No, I'm talking about, longer term. It takes out that 708. No, I'm not. I'm not looking to short fuel cell. No, I'm in it. I'm long. So, but just in case it cannot get through 7. Well, I mentioned Blink. There's nothing. What more can I add? I mean, Blink is an all-time high now. BLNK, an all-time high. Like there's so many. There's just so many surging stocks. Especially just pick the right sector, which of course right now EV. I mean, Flowtech. Okay, Flowtech, FTEK, another low flow. Look at this now through to 274 looking left on that monthly chart. Oh, this is like music to my ears. She keeps saying FCEL, FCEL. Now listen, I may add back some of the shares that I've sold if it can take out this 7. What was I saying back here? 7. It's on the weekly chart. I think it was 708. I think that's going to do. Stick an alert. Say put an alert at 710. All right, so KXIN did open and opened well. KXIN opened well. There's the high of the day right up here, right around 10. In fact, it's right at 10. Let's stick an alert, 10:01, see if it takes it out. I think I'm going to get out of this NRZ. Not sure why. I kept that over. I kept it over the weekend. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mentioned NFTech. There's another one. It hasn't triggered yet. It might trigger. It's on my watch list. Okay, there's the KXIN. Just took out the high now. 10:01 briefly. Came right back down. Okay, guys, as I say, fuel cell looks like it may struggle to get through that 7. All right. Okay, so agro, this will trigger, if it takes out that high right there, not that much volume, big float, AGRO. Look at the past few days. It's had a great run. Look left on that monthly chart, so it has some room. Yeah. Extra treats today, Frank, that's for sure. Yeah, Arrow's not being affected at all by that financing. AYRO, all-time high, right there. There weren't earlier. Yeah, they must have just come up. Yeah, they're just 88,000 now for the fuel cell. They weren't about 10 minutes ago, but they obviously there has been some short covering, so. And yeah, so the AI had a great, I'm just looking here now for Blink, BLNK. A couple of nice, really nice one there, 2721, 2971 here. And also GP. Actually, some really nice ones from the AI today. So I'm looking at a couple. I like the ones under 20. So, and I've kind of missed the boat on this one. I mean, so much action happening. But look at this. I mean, we got an alert at 1490, and what did it get up to? 1590. Spread is it's not bad. It's only 3 cents right now, so it wasn't a horrible spread for FTSI. Okay, Nordstrom's, we were there on the weekend. JWN, look at this resurgence for Nordstrom's. JWN. So this is a gap up and go, keep going. JWN for Nordstrom's, JWN. Whew. Give me a moment here, guys. Just have some housekeeping to do and another monitor. This should be a Canadian stock. EH. Of course, it's China, but I guess it's an airline in China. EH. What's the low float? 9.5 million in the float for EH. Fuel Tech, yes, Fuel Tech is on the move. 170. Wow, I mean, there's so many great percentage moves from my watch list this morning. FTEK alerted at 172, 224 right now. Let me just, oh, we even have a short here. KZIA 999. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you want to, 873, that's last week's low. 873, so this is starting to give it up. I never said that about short setups. Well, I took it in the simulator. Am I in it? Am I real count? No, not yet. Just want to see how well it trades today. But listen, Prana, you have to make up your own decision. Make up your own mind if you're going to take that one, okay? It's a trade of the week. It's laid out. Trigger was 27.31. Stop at 24.50. Please don't let me influence you one way or the other. Wow, look at Fuel Tech go. FTEK, look at it go. Well, again, looking left, 270 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Yeah, I just can't get into shorting anything right now. Okay, Atro. What's the the volume has really picked up now for Astronics. Where are they out of? They're out of U.S. stock. Look at the void, guys. Look. I mean, just look left on that monthly chart. Look where it could go. The next high, looking left, is 1680. I mean, it's only at 1267. I mean, it's the same on the weekly. So I mean, there's a ton of room that this ATRO could go. What's the spread like? 6-cent spread through the 200-day moving average on Friday. Okay, guys, so I'm all out of the fuel cell, FCEL. I still have my alert set for around 710. I mentioned many times, we'll struggle maybe to get through 7, so. Kirk, what is Kirk doing? We haven't seen Kirk for a while. You guys remember this move that Kirk had? This came from, well, even earlier. Let me just, actually right here. This is earlier this year, back in May. Man, I mean, it ran from 85 cents all the way up to, what was it, 1360? You can see straight up on that weekly chart before it pulled back. Now it's above these highs right there for Kirk. Okay, so what time is it? 10:20. So all of the scans that I've got, if you click on my, let me just put the alert or the link in here. And we just had a halt for gray, guys. Gray just got halted. So Preston and anybody else who wants my scans, if you click on my homepage link, click on the homepage link. Now, obviously, and if you do want to take on a subscription, don't use that promo. Use the other one that I've posted in the room. The test drivers, 25%. But here are my scans, okay? So you can click right there, click here, and here are all my scans that I'm sharing. Okay? All right, just watching. I'm intrigued with this Atro. The longer it holds up here. ATRO. I mean, they're just, again, just looking left. It's got some room, has some room. Low float, 22 million in the float. So, Dror, I'm not going to answer your question, okay? I mean, others might want to, I just can't give advice like that. You've been in the room long enough, you know I'm not going to, so if you're just posting that as a general statement, fine, but I'm not going to, I can't say, yes, it's a good short, okay? Well, all I can say is that we went to Nordstrom's on the weekend and it was packed. I mean, there were lots and lots of activity in Nordstrom's, JWN. Yeah, I know you've been talking about Beam. Okay, yeah, but I mean, it's just, I can't take it now. I mean, it's just run away. But what a move. I mean, from 13, 2 months ago. You know, Goose, it's interesting. I might stick an alert around 37 for Goose, see if it takes it out at some point. The retail store was not busy at all. However, going into Nordstrom's and a couple other stores that carry the product, they had lots and lots of product. And so, I mean, it's still very popular. Yeah, fuel cell is coming back. So again, I'm interested if it takes out 7 again. Not just 7, but this right up here around 712 for fuel cell. Yeah, we don't quite have a Nordstrom's rack in Vancouver yet, but I remember when we lived in Boston. Man, oh man, what a great store that was for great deals. All right, things have settled down just a little bit now. When I say that, I'm not getting very many. Look at, yeah, DPW. Oof. Did I see any news on it? Marathon Pet. Oh, okay. So this supposedly Bitcoin play too. Yeah, right. Digital. Yeah, right. So this is another Bitcoin play, another cheaper one. Super. Now here's the deal, guys. I mean, look at the float for DPW. 8.8 million. Look at Mara. It's not excessive, but here's 25 triple, and of course Riot. I think it's about 25 also. Oh, 46. So DPW, I mean, as a Bitcoin play, you know, it's got such a low float, 8.8 million in the float. Gray, yeah, just a minute here. Gray, what did it do? Gray Bug Vision. I'm not sure I've seen this one before. Oh, I guess this IPO'd here. What a nice IPO. You know, the first month, you know, kind of iffy. The second month, kind of iffy. But look at this month. Low of 12.57, 32. Wow. Well, if I look at, you know, again, it says their digital farm segment involved in digital currency blockchain mining. So somebody's saying they don't think it's a Bitcoin play. All I can do is look at what it says. Yeah, I mean, it's got the power systems, but here's a segment that they've got involved in digital currency blockchain mining. So well, guys, I usually wait a little, another 2 minutes or so, but this is just so exciting. So I think what I'm going to do is just, first of all, a big welcome to anybody who is brand new to the room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. We have a very nice promo on right now if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. I'm going to pop this into the YouTube feed and also into the room here. Okay, so there's the promo code. Test drivers, all in capital letters, 25%. Don't forget the percent. And that'll be good at least until tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? So if you click on my link, my homepage link, so disregard this code. This is sort of the standard code. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, give you an idea how much Trade Ideas will cost. So we have 4 plans. We have an annual premium, $22.68 a year, a standard annual, $10.68 a year. Again, minus the 25% for both. So let's just see how much that would cost. Okay, so 1701. Okay, that would be a premium annual, 1701 with that discount. Now, you don't have to take out an annual plan, and in fact, this is what I would somewhat recommend. If you're unsure about Trade Ideas, you might want to just start off with a standard monthly. You'll get the 25% for that first month only. The promo is only good for the first month. But, and a big but, if you decide that you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual, and you do it within 30 days of taking out a subscription, we will honor the 25% promo. Okay, so again, a great way to just try us out. 118 less than 25%. Then you can just try us out. It's just month to month, so it's not really a subscription. It's just month to month. Now on my homepage, here we go. On my homepage, We have a lot of, I think, very good information. So you can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week is RIDE, R-I-D-E. It is now live. The trigger was 27.31 with a stop at 24.50. And it'll get sent to you before the market opens, usually about half an hour to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap, what's happened in the room. I usually do it around 1 o'clock. Here are all my scans that I'm sharing. You click here, here are all the scans that I am sharing. If you are new to Trade Ideas, this link right here, the education link, has a lot of good, especially this one. The 20 lessons in 20 days. Of course, you can go at your own pace. I like to put that link on its own. I think it's a really good link for people who are just starting out. Yes, the 25% is applicable for the upgrade also. And the standard, you get the scans through the standard package. And standard, you can use the simulator. I'll get to you. Yes, the watch list is the same. Okay, answering all those questions. So when you click on the 20 lessons in 20 days, you know, what is a top list, build a top list, what is an alert window, create an alert window, etc. All of the basic features of Trade Ideas covered in the 20 lessons in 20 days. And again, you can go at your own pace. Certainly would not take you 20 days. Also, daily support sessions. So there is a YouTube feed that I moderate at the same time as this. It's exactly the same. They see my screen, they can hear me. Just not quite as robust as this trading room. A lot more traders here, a lot more interaction. But I take a break between 12 and 12:30. One of the other traders takes over in the YouTube feed from 12 to 1. So you can, I'll put the link in later on before I take a break if you do want to head over to the YouTube feed. And daily webinars. I don't think, let me just do a quick check here. Don't think we're back to a I'm just going to check. I'm not sure that the webinars are back. There might be one today and tomorrow. I doubt if they'll have the one on Wednesday. And then, of course, Thursday and Friday for sure. No, well, we only have them Thursday. We have them Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. But when we do get back to a full schedule, just you can sign up for it right here. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern. And a lot of educational videos right here. All right, I want to go over the AI, and then I'm going to talk about Brokerage Plus. Give me a second here. Just want to rearrange my screen on another window or another monitor. Okay, so I want to talk about the AI right now, and wow, look at that. I really want to show how I think you should use it. Wow, some fabulous, it's having a great day today. Okay, we have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and they get optimized once the market closes every night. That's when the AI gets to work on the optimization routine. So that's what happened Friday afternoon once the market closed. So after the optimization procedure, quite a few of them, these are the ones that made the cut from the AI. Now, Personally, I don't really care which strategies made the cut. All I care about is what are the alerts from them, okay? So again, I do not display this all day long, not fair for those of you who pay for our premium service, but this is my recommendation on how to watch them. I would click from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this will be the window that you'll see, and then you can incorporate that as part of your layout, so you do not have to do that every morning. Just incorporate that window as part of your layout every day. And so when you load trade ideas before the market opens, of course the window will be blank, and just wait for the alerts to happen. Now, I want a word, just a word about managing the AI. So I can talk about this one right now. 5:38, okay, there was the POLA alert at 5:38. You can see the candle, or the arrow, the blue arrow right there. Where did the AI get out of that trade? Guess what? Got out at 5:38. Now, why did it do that? Because it saw that pop and saw the drop, so it decided to get out. Now, I'm not saying you would not get out of the trade, but first of all, 5:38, if you're in a trade and you get in, what's the spread like? Yeah, it's a penny spread. That would have been easy enough to get in around the 5:38. If this gaps up to 570, you have to take some profit, as it's coming down. So the AI though did not get out in an auto basis for a profit. And then we'll look what happened afterwards though. So this is what my recommendation all the time is to use the AI like a watch list. If you want to, as close as you can, take the entry, fine, but then manage the trades. You should never let that happen. And then, say, okay, that's it for that trade. Same thing with the blink. BLNK, didn't do too badly on an exit, but it got out at 29.46. This stock is at 31.31 right now. So, it got out right around here. I'm not saying you couldn't have taken anything off, but for sure, this is one that could be watched all day long. Okay, so that's my advice for tracking how the AI trades all day long. Now let me talk about Brokerage Plus. And yeah, POLA, it's just... So we've had, I'll flash this at 15, 9, 6, 5, 4%. These are great percentage moves from the AI today. So I want to talk about Brokerage Plus right now. This is the Brokerage Plus window. To load it, you should have this in the toolbar where it says Live and Sim. So there are two ways to use Brokerage Plus. If you happen to have an interactive broker's account, you can actually use the Brokerage Plus window to trade. And then I want to put this, the Brokerage Plus video into the room. Oops, wrong. You can ask a question. I may be able to help you, but as I always say, if you haven't watched the video, you should really watch that video. It covers virtually everything, but you can go ahead. Now, I'm just going to keep running through my explanation of what Brokerage Plus is all about. So, if you have now, before I even talk about that though, because I know it gets a little bit confusing. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus. You don't have to have an interactive broker's account to use trade ideas. Okay. First and foremost, Trade Ideas is a scanner. So I don't know what you mean by it has to be manual updated. Not sure I understand what you mean. Are you talking about you have to turn the strategies? Well, if you So I'm not sure I understand exactly. Are you wanting to trade in auto mode? Well, you have to turn the strategies on. You will, it's not going to, you have to do that every day. If you want to trade, you have to and you want it to do everything in auto mode, you have to turn the strategies on, be they the AI strategies or your own. They will not remain on day to day. And it's a conscious decision. You have to make a conscious decision that you want to auto trade. Okay? So you have to turn the strategies on. So again, first and foremost, Trade Ideas is a scanning tool. It works with many. It doesn't matter what broker you have. You can use Trade Ideas. We have a linking tool from Tools, external linking, and we link with many brokers. Just a second here. Okay, we link with many brokers. Now, all linking is, in the general sense, it's a time saver. So when I click on an alert, it'll load into your order entry in whatever broker you're using. It's just a time saver. So you don't have to, if you're like me clicking on alerts all day long, it would be a bit of a hassle if I had to type them in instead of just clicking on it and it loads. So it is a time saver. Now, we do have a sort of a special relationship, we'll say, with Interactive Brokers, so that you can actually use this window to trade. Instead of trading from within Interactive Brokers, you can use this Brokerage Plus window to trade. But it is not mandatory, okay? You don't have to use Brokerage Plus to use Trade Ideas or have an Interactive Brokers account to use Trade Ideas. Guys, there's FCEL. Wow, it's getting very, very close now to that level to take out. So, there's so much activity, man, oh man. Even this one looking for a short, EIGR. So John, did you watch that video? The Brokerage Plus video? Because that's all covered there. It is all covered there. I mean, if you're talking about, the AI, or you're talking about your own, it's all covered there, and it'll show you exactly how you can change, the number of shares you want, or if you want to have a fixed dollar amount per trade, or if you want to have what I consider the best way to do it is to have a fixed amount that you're willing to risk per trade in terms of a dollar amount. Okay? Well, why I like the setup is because look at that monthly chart. Look how much room Fuel Cell has on the monthly chart. Now, in the old days, a couple of years ago, Fuel Cell, Plug, and Ballard used to always kind of trade in tandem. It's tandem, technically, it's just two stocks, but he used to always trade together. And so look at Fuel Cell, how much it's lagged Plug as an example. Look at the monthly on Plug. And look at the monthly on Ballard. Okay? And again, look at the monthly on Fuel Cell. Now, I'm not saying these are all equivalent companies. I don't know where Fuel Cell is in terms of fundamentally. Don't really care. All I saw was this gap up. So I'm thinking, okay, a lot of other traders are going to be looking at this also. And thinking, man, has this ever lagged those other two? So that was the reasoning. Just a ton of room. So again, if you have Interactive Brokers and you want to use this to trade instead of using, trading from within Interactive Brokers, you can do so. And again, watch that video. Now, for a lot of you though, especially if you're new to trading, we really recommend that you practice trading first. And you click on the simulator, sim, and that'll put you into paper trading mode. And that's what you see here. And it's very simple. First of all, it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. Okay? Our real-time data. And all you do is you just click on an alert. You see the symbol will show up here. You pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at, and if you're shorting it, you sell, and if you're going long, you buy. So let me just take one. Let's to show you how easy it is to do. Let's take Nordstrom's. Just let's just do it. So I'm going to take 200 shares of Nordstrom's, and the spread is only a penny, so I can buy it at the market. So see, it just took, there it is. So there's Nordstrom's showing up. Now, always have a stop. Trades are not all going to work out. So I'm going to put a stop in this area. Your stop should be, you should know your stop ahead of taking the trade, because that'll determine how many shares you really take. So I'm going to put a stop right down here at 22.92. So watch what I do. I right click, add the stop order, 22.92. Add, and you will see that it shows up right on the chart. That red line right there. You see, so if I allow it to go down to 22.92, it'll take me out for a $79 loss. I can put a target if I want. Let's put again, I'm just going to just show you how you do it. I'll put a 24 target on it. And a little harder to see, but on that weekly chart, you can see right there, that red line right on top. So if the stock goes up to 24, it'll take me out for a 137 loss gain, unless I don't allow it to. Well, what I mean by that is I can move these lines anywhere I want once I'm in the trade. So I always say I would be using this like a trailing stop. If the trade really starts working well, you can move this line right up on the chart, put it at another support area. You don't have to do it that way. I'm in this trade right here. These are hotkeys. So if I want to get out of a trade, I just flatten it. If I want to get out of half the trade, click on half. Or if I want to double the trade, just double it. I can also go back in here. If I wanted to get out of 50 shares, I would just type 50, the price I want to get out at. So it's really simple to use. So I would really recommend, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Trading's not easy. All right, so you should practice trading before you commit money to the market. And this is a good way you can also test things that you think are good setups, even if you're an experienced trader. You can say, well, boy, I wonder, that looks like a good setup to me. Let's take the trade and see what would have happened. Okay, so that covers Brokerage Plus. Again, if you from the two, now this is only available with the app. It is not available with the web-based version. Guys, fuel cell is getting really interesting again. It is taking out that high. That was on the weekly chart. I think the high was 708 on the weekly chart. Go back right here. Not there. 708, yes. That was February, so it's about over a year and a half ago. So it is now, trying to shake free of this. If it does that, then look left. I mean, it still has room to around the 11 level. Okay, I'm really watching this here as it's settling just over that 707 high. It's just sort of sitting there. You know, we get some volume coming in. I'll probably retake this trade. I'm going to stick in a little around 714. Again, this is not a recommendation for you to do the same thing. I'm just outlining what I will probably do. So Fuel Tech, what did it get up to? Got up to 258. It's a big pullback now. There goes Nordstrom's, guys. JWN. It's a high looking left right here is 24.94. So it still has a little bit of room on that monthly chart. Yeah, sorry, William. I'm just not into shorting right now. I don't think I've shorted for a while. These tops. So even Candy, look at Candy, guys. I mean, meanwhile, look at XPAV. How's LI doing? LI the same. I think NIO is just lagging a little bit. I mean, not really. I mean, it is moving 6%. Let's take a look at XPEV. And XPEV is 15%. And what's LI? 13%. Well, NIO just seems to be lagging. These other two, I think XPEV is just I think they have a cheaper car. Probably appeal more to the masses. Fuel cell guys. Meanwhile, Gevo, what are you doing? No, this is, I almost hate I just don't like looking at anything that's not kind of EV related or. There are other plays out there, yes. Gevo, what do we have? 49 million in the float. Pretty, not horribly, not huge, but not certainly a low floater for a dollar stock. See if they have any news. Yeah, I don't think so, Esther. I'm not the right person to ask, but I don't think so. One of the yeah, the stops are not very friendly yet. I know they're working on them. Well, certainly not an AI. No, what am I looking at? I'm not look at this. This is only if you have your own. I just want to see. Yeah, I'm not sure I even see ATR here. Not a question really for me. I don't think we're. It's not that flexible with the stops. Yeah, so if it's not there, then it's not there. Well, I mean, if it is not there, it is obviously it's not there. He's not till Wednesday, but you can go to the homepage right now and ask the question. He's there, so you can actually ask the question right now. Can you use ATR as a stop for your personal strategies? You talk about auto trading, right? Yeah. So ask the question. You can ask the question. I know Michael is there, so you can. I can't guarantee he's going to answer you immediately. When I say he's there, I mean he's working today. So de nada. So the market's been a little bit choppy, but so you got a little pop, little drop, coming back a little bit choppy, but doesn't really matter what the stuff that we're looking at. Just some fabulous percentage moves from the AI today. 15, 12, 10, 9. 2 is the worst in terms of the. And only 2 losers so far. See if fuel cell has another little pop here. Yeah, I mean, the fuel cell, certainly talked about it enough in the pre-market. Well, I'm in it. I sort of indicated that this is where I don't want to influence anybody, but I said, if it takes out this that seven, what it was, a 707 was the weekly. That was the weekly high that I was waiting for it to break. So to get back in it. Yeah, somebody asked about Atro. It just doesn't look that dynamic. I don't like that. I mean, it's very spotty looking on that 2 minute chart and little gaps here. I just don't like the way it's trading. A little easier on the 5, but I just don't know how dynamic it'll be. I mean, it's traded a fair amount, over 500,000 shares. It'll certainly probably trade a million today. It's a low float, but it just doesn't seem to be that dynamic. It's a little choppy. I made my watch list because of the potential gap fill, but it just doesn't. It's very choppy on the 15s. So oh yeah, I mean Pola the same. I mean look left on the daily chart, look left on the the monthly chart. We're starting to get close. 656 on the monthly chart. Starting to get close. Same on the weekly. It's the same. All right, what are you doing? RMG. Oh, this is one of those SPACs. RMG or acquisition. So 1188 is the high. IPOC. Are you moving yet? Nope. Still won't move off 10. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. Is it really? Yeah, it is. So this was last week's trade of the week, CLF. Trigger was 852, I believe. So it is still alive. Yeah, it's impossible for me to help you, Am, okay? Um, you're going to have to either send your log files to so they can check the account. And to do that, if you click on help and send files to support, okay? It's hard for me to know exactly what happened in that account without seeing the log files, and that's what they'll look at. Okay? Meanwhile, this EIGR continues down. I mentioned this as a potential short right around here. And yeah, easy to get because it's not down 10%. Did I see Weight Watchers? Probably not. Yeah, wow. Nice move. There's so many, Esther. There's just so many moving stocks. Interesting. It's not an earnings play, but yeah, something's lit a fire under Weight Watchers. I don't see any specific reason for it. Market is closed on Thursday and half of Friday. Okay, yeah, the market is closed on Thursday till 26, and it's a half day on Friday. And I'll struggle to come in for the half day on Friday. All right, give me a moment here. Just send them an email, okay? Also, info. And just say that, and make sure you give them the same email address so they can locate the log file, saying that you actually say that you sent in a help file, okay? Market closes at 1. I believe it's at 1 o'clock. Typically that's what it is, 9:30 to 1 for the half day. All right, guys, give me a moment here. Time is it? 11:09. Be back at about 11:15. All right, guys, I'm back. Here's another one. I don't know this at all. Yuba, is this another one? Yeah, it's another kind of. It's sort of a SPAC. Well, not really. Okay, it's not a SPAC, I guess, at all. But Yuba, UBA. Don't know these guys at all. Again, look left on that monthly chart. Look how much room it has. Now we've got a big red bar. Yes, we've got big red bar on the SPY. All right, guys, I'm just watching the fuel cell here. Almost okay. We'll back up to kind of where I'm in. So let's see if it really clears that 707 this time. Okay, I'm watching it. I really am watching the fuel cell here. So, I mean, I'm in at 708, or sorry, 712. Sorry, 712. So it's kind of just where I bought it. So the second round for me. All right, trade of the week is doing okay. Had plenty of opportunity to get in. 27.31 was the trigger. Again, these are not meant for daily. Well, you can do what you want, but they're looking for at longer term holds. Okay, why don't I do this? Just take the fuel cell, put it in that it's by 300 at the market, okay? Show you how you can do this. Added the stop. All right, right back up for the fuel cell. I mean, this could be, I mean, again, this is not a recommendation, but this could be a multi-day hold based on that monthly chart, as long as this sector remains strong. Meanwhile, GSM, what are you doing? 77 million in the float. Actually, has earnings after hours today, GSM. Here's another one that's just ripping higher here. XHR. There's Xenia Hotels and Resorts. Where are they out of? Florida. Look at the room. It's got like a lot of these hotels. But look at the room. This one has got had a great month so far. XHR. It's not a low float. MGNI. This is from last week. Magnite. Isn't that Magnite or something? Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I mean, the IPO. No, not an IPO. Not an IPO. Just a symbol name change right here. So many, Dreamer. Here's another one, guys. I mean, CAAS. What are they? Another China stock. CAAS. Low float, 11 million in the float. Look left on that weekly chart, and what do you see? You see 1416 as the high, and after that, right there, 1422. You can see if it can clear that level, those levels right there, has a shot to the 5 level. All right, so this is Seritage SRG. Man, there's just so much, guys. It's hard to keep up. These are ideas. This is why the program is called Trade Ideas. All right, guys. I think we have another winner. Even if you kept it from where I got in way back, it's a great winner. But even on a re-entry now for fuse cell. Oh, I'm loving it. I'm sorry, 416 for what? Oh, guys, this is really turned into just a nice little trade, this fuel cell. And I don't know where this is going. I mean, the reason it's hard to know because look at the gap here. Look at this monthly chart. I know I keep nagging at you guys, but if you're wondering how I trade, this is how I trade. This is what I look at. I look at these big, higher time frames, which seems crazy, when I'm an intraday trader, but when I see a stock that has all sorts of room, I'm not the only one that sees this, okay? So this is why these things, this sort of a chart really, really attracts me. My biggest issue with this one is whether I hold it, depending how it closes. But that'll be completely up to you also. This is not a recommendation to hold it overnight. It's completely up to you, but yeah, this Atro I don't like. I just don't like the way it trades on. Look at this 2-minute chart. Look at little gaps on the 2-minute. It's just not that's not pleasing to the eye. So I'm just going to forget about Atro. I'm just waiting to see if it can take out 750. If it gets down to 742 or so, I'll probably take some out. That's completely up to you, of course, but And there it is at 750. Did I verify ATRA? You mean, did I look at it? Haven't looked at ATRA today, no. Just so much other stuff going on, so I have not even had a chance to look at ATRA. But I mean, obviously it's got a ton of room if it wants to keep going. It's had a great couple of weeks, maybe a pause this week. It's not really trading that much. It's up a little bit, but it's not trading that much. All right, guys, I am out some more of the fuel cell. As I outlined, actually got at 43, so 712 to 743. I'm just going to see if it can take out 750. Blanket by fraud? Okay. Not shortable for me. Whew. IDT. All right, so this had a huge gap pre-market, but it gave it up in a big way. It is trying to come back. It's a low float, 20 million in the float. Yeah, no shorts for me either for Blink, BLNK at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, it's getting a little bit close to when I'm going to be taking a break. And today in the YouTube feed will be Sean. It's up to you, Jenny. I can't make any recommendations on the ride. I mean, it's already triggered. You want to keep waiting for a more of a pullback. That's up to you. The trigger was 27.31. So I mean, if it holds, if it broke down through 28.20, hey, who knows where it's going to go? But I mean, it is already triggered. Well, I mean, look, PLTR. I don't know if this is the all-time high now. Yes, so it is almost at 20. Hey, any word? I mean, it's an all-time high right now. It's been after sloppy first couple of months from the IPO. Of course, it's had just fabulous, almost a double this month. Metallurgy, right on. My hometown. One day I'll regale you guys the ins and outs of copper refining. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to put the link in for the YouTube feed. I will be taking a break right around noon. And so you can go over to the YouTube feed if you want. Sean will be there. more of a swing trader than actually more of a swing trader, and he's an options trader also. All right, so now we have a little disconnect in the market. We have the Dow is still up. We have the techs are down and the SPY is just slightly down, but the techs are moving down. Take a look at the Qs here. So look at the Qs. So the tech sector is starting to move down. Remember when I flashed this earlier, the only down sectors were silver and gold. And now so communications, and there's the tech sector right there. XLK. So interesting kind of a disassociation between what the Dow is doing versus the tech. What's tech is doing. SPY is basically flat. Boy, this is getting really interesting. Come on, if they can take out 750, I think have another run in it for the fuel cell. And you can see, I mean, fuel cell in essence is just trading completely on its own. Look at the 15-minute candle. All right, we've got one red bar there. Look at the 15 on the SPY since it opened, you know, chopping up and down. And look at fuel cell. In essence, it's been straight up. It's except for that one red candle right there. And now we are over 750. If you guys go back with me a few years, you know I hated fuel cell, Ballard, and plug. I wouldn't even look at them. We must adapt to the times. Let's see. That'll be the mantra. How is Blink doing? Is it rebounding? Oh, I see. Yeah, the Dow can be influenced by something like BA. Yes. Wow. 36%. 92 million shares for a fuel cell right now. It wouldn't surprise me if it somehow trades the float. You know, there's 277 million. You know, the more interest it gets, the volume is just going to keep picking up and up and up for a fuel cell. So here's another one, man. Now you talk about a beaten up stock. Look at Silica, SLCA. I mean, this was a flyer earlier. I mean, a few weeks ago, a few months ago. We're going back to 2019. So 2 years ago. I mean, back in 2018, this was a $40 stock. I mean, even earlier, this was a $61 stock. I mean, I don't know what it's going to do going forward, but SLCA. Meanwhile, why? I mean, my basic new highs and lows, just throwing out idea after idea. HIMX and 172 million in the float, 5 times normal volume today. Guys, I'm just waiting on the fuel cell. I'll be taking a break pretty soon. Just kind of waiting on the fuel cell. The good thing about fuel cell is, believe it or not, the float. So I mean, listen, I mean, the rug could get yanked here. But it's a big float. But it is, so 277 million in the float for a $7 stock. So I don't anticipate that it's going to drop $1 in a second. Okay, meanwhile, Givo, look at the volume it just came in. Look at the million shares right there in that 2-minute chart. As I said, this will easily trade the float today. 49 million in the float, 34 million already. So this will trade the float also. Now I may have been a little, this probably won't trade the float. I mean, it's 94 million, 277. Probably half the float though. Again, if you're wondering what I'm talking about in terms of the float, float is the available number of shares that can be traded. Oh, boy. Look at this, guys. Hopefully some of you took advantage of fuel cell. Yeah, I mean, the float today doesn't matter what the float is for fuel cell. Typically, moves like this, happen when the float is quite small. I consider anything under 20 million. That's a supply of stock that can be traded every day. Okay, it's the supply. So if the demand for whatever reason is there, then the lower that number, the lower the supply, the more extreme are the moves. Now, in this particular case, that's a high float, 277. That's a big float for a $7 stock. But, for whatever reason, because it's the right sector, and maybe for all the reasons that I was looking at it in the pre-market, other traders are doing the same thing. I'm not alone. Looking at that massive gap and wondering, will it follow Plug and Ballard a little bit. So, but that's the float. I mean, that's really what the float is. That's a supply of stock. So the lower that number, if there is a catalyst creating the demand, be it some news or some earnings, or it's in the right sector, then this is what can happen. That's someone that got beaten up, right, last week, 10. Yeah, I got beaten up. Well, I mean, for all the reasons it got beaten up, I can't remember why. Did they do a financing or something? I can't remember why it got beaten up. I mean, right there, you've got to get through that 200-day moving average, 164. So that's an issue. It is a low float, 17 million in the float, but that's the issue. I'd probably put a price alert, a little bit above it to see if it takes it out. Look at the 677. So even though I remember I mentioned this one, I mean, this was going to be a late alert because I had to take out the high, and one of the first 2-minute candles was way up at 677. Even there, though, 677, I mean, it's basically tacked on $1 from my watch list. Look at Mara, guys. Mara, I'm not in this anymore. I struggle to get into this one. I don't know why. I know, GKK. You should slap me, I know. I just don't like the way it trades, but I mean, you're right. I mean, as a longer term play. There's just been more exciting ones for me. E.g., fuel cell. DPW now. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're into crypto, even somebody said it was more of a solar play, but it does say right there, segment involves digital currency. I mean, I'm sure that's the reason why it's high today. I mean, I don't know how it compares to Mara. I really don't know, or a Riot. I don't know. The only thing that would attract me is that look at that low float. 8.8 million in the float compared to Mara, which is about 25 million, and Riot, which is I think 45 million. Is that right? 46 million. So I mean, DPW, it's certainly, can be a lot more dynamic, but you know what? That means it could drop a heck of a lot more. My channel, if you click from the toolbar, if you click on new, and then channel bar, and then my watch list. Right here, Barry's watch list. Okay. Now remember, everything in here, or not here, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud, okay? Because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Yeah, I mean, yeah, these are just, If you look back and when these alerts first happened, I mean, there are some stunning percentage increases from my watch list again today. Okay, Chicago Sean. Oh, I can't speak for, I mean, you're talking about CICU. I don't know. I mean, it's one of these crazy SPACs. So, I mean, I don't really know what's going on with this. Well, it's not a professional channel. It just happens to be my channel. And you cannot just subscribe to my channel only. Okay? I mean, it's just all you need. You have to have a standard subscription, and then you have access to all the channels. It is not just we don't have a subscription price just as an example for my channel, but you can always. We do have a good promo on right now. Okay, we do have a good promo on right now, so this will last at least till 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. So before I head out, so if you do click on my homepage, there is the promo code. Test drivers, all in capital letters, 25%. Okay, so that is the promo code. So if you click on my homepage and click on Get Trade Ideas, then when you choose the plan you want, and you just type that promo code in right here, Test Drivers 25%, and you'll get 25% off. Now, if you do decide that you take out a monthly plan. I'm sorry, I'm just watching Fuel Cell here. If you take out a monthly plan, remember that discount's only good for the first month. Okay, just want to make sure nobody gets. We get the odd email saying, "Hey, how come I'm paying the full rate the following month?" The discount's only good for the first month. But if you decide you want to upgrade, and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the promo code. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm going to be taking. Well, I don't understand what you mean. If it's not free, I mean, yes, you can see the alerts, but I mean, if you want to, follow them along in a lot more. If you're serious about trading, okay, it's not just a matter of seeing my alerts, but I mean, listen, it's up to you. Wow, fuel cell 782. Yes, you can, Hendricks. If you use that promo code, you can absolutely, if you want to upgrade, if you've got a monthly subscription right now and you want to upgrade to annual, you can use that promo code. Well, when you say how do I use it, I watch it all day long. I can't tell you how you're going to use it, but you get the alerts, and it's up to you to, you can trade around them. It's up to you how you use the channel. These are ideas. They're all ideas. So again, there's the promo code you can use, okay? Test drivers, 25%. And you click on that link. Actually, you know what? It may not work that way. So what you should do is go to the home page and say you want to upgrade. Okay, start a live chat with somebody in accounting will take a look. Because I don't think it'll work if you try to do it yourself manually. Okay? And just give them the email that you've got that you use to sign up, and then they'll adjust your account. Okay? That's for you, Hendricks. Yes, sorry. Okay? All right, guys, I'm getting set to take my break. So back around 12:30, and I'm just waiting for... Okay, Sean, so literally at noon, like literally right at 12 o'clock, so you're not ready yet. Okay. Okay, literally not ready yet. You're gonna make me wait right till noon. Okay. All right, guys. Okay, Sean. Okay, thanks. So I'm gonna stop the stream now then.
Well, hello, everybody. It's your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Happy Monday. Happy Thanksgiving week. Hope everybody's trading well. Thanks for the handoff, Barry. So, for those of you who found this transition to be jarring and you weren't prepared for it, this is the live Q&A session. So, for the next hour from now until 1 p.m. Eastern, I am here to answer any platform-specific related questions that I can. If you have any trouble with the software, if you need to know how to use a certain feature, if you need to know how to do something of any kind related to the software, I will do my best to answer. And this session is for you. In the YouTube page there where you are watching this, there is a questions panel, a chat panel, where you can type in your questions. I will see them, and I will do my best to answer those questions and demonstrate how to do anything live on the screen here. Now, I don't know the answer to everything. This is my weekly disclaimer. I don't know the answer to everything, but I certainly know enough to be dangerous and can point you in the right direction to anything I don't know. So the first question that came through, do I know approximately when Thinkorswim will be in Brokerage Plus? Approximately 30 years from now. I have no idea. That's my answer of telling you I don't know. It's completely out of my hands. It's completely out of our devs' hands at this point, to be honest. There's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that has to happen at Thinkorswim's side. And you may or may not know that Thinkorswim is in the middle of a transition where they were just purchased by Charles Schwab. And whenever there's any kind of internal handover of who's in charge at places like that, things tend to get lost in the shuffle. So I cannot possibly offer you any type of realistic expectation of when Thinkorswim will be included in Brokerage Plus. It's being worked on, and that's all I know. It could be next month, it could be next year, it could be 2025. I really don't know. I'm sorry. I wish I knew. Believe me, I know, because we approximately 50% of our customers, if not more, use TD Ameritrade and Thinkorswim. So we know you guys want it, and we're building it for you. But at the end of the day, ultimately, it's completely out of our control. So bear with us. We hope to have something soon. So folks, while I wait for the first round of questions to come in, I'm going to do something here that I tend to always do on Mondays when we are doing these Q&As, because I think it's instructive for everybody. I run a simulated portfolio here in my Brokerage Plus panel. You can see all of my open trades. You see a lot of open profits looking pretty sexy, huh? I wish this was real money. These are simulated trades because I am demoing the simulator for our customers. But nonetheless, these are swing trades, and I use the platform to generate swing trades. Now, the thing I'm going to point your attention to is this is something I do every week, is I'm going to go cycle through all of my open positions and adjust my working stop loss orders. As a swing trader, I like to drag my stop loss order, my trailing stop loss order up in the favor of the move. And this one right here, this is my biggest open winner right now. I mean, this IIVI has just been screaming for the past 3 weeks. As I look at this chart, you can see where my stop loss level is. My current stop loss level is at $54. That is too far away. You can see this little lever here where it says $730. That is what my profit would be if my stop loss level were to get hit at 54.02. If you look in my blotter here, you see here, you can see my open P&L is $1,700, almost $1,800. That's my current open P&L. But if this stock were to sell off and hit my stop loss order, that's approximately the profit I would walk away from. Now, as I look at this chart, I don't see any obvious level where I would like to move my stop loss level up, but I'm going to move it up anyway because that's just too much open profit. So I'm going to drag my level up just below $60. Now look at that, I just grabbed the line on my chart and my stop loss order has been adjusted. How simple is that? I don't need to go into my brokerage platform and cancel, replace, or do any, anything with my fingers. I just drag this stop loss level up and boom. It's quick and dirty. That's the way I like it. Let's go on to the next trade. LI, another big winner. My stop loss is at a level where if I were to get hit, I would actually lose money, but I'm sitting in some huge open profits now. Irresponsible to let this trade turn into a loser. So I'm going to drag my stop loss level up. Let's grab it and move it up. I guess this looks like a good level. Not the best, but we'll drag it up for there for now. Give this thing some room. I mean, this thing is moving. So I've dragged my stop loss order up, and if that were to get hit, I'd walk away with approximately $300 in profits. Not bad. Let's just go on down the line. Oh, AMAT. This is another tough one. I'm not sure where to drag my level up. I'm going to drag it up somewhat. Let's move it up to right there. I think that's good. And folks, you'll notice that I'm not scientific with this stuff. I'm just eyeballing. Is that the best way to do it? Of course not. But, I've been trading for 22 years. I got a pretty good gut feel of where I should place stop loss orders. It's not perfect, but it's quick and dirty. That's the way I like it. I'm not trying to be a perfectionist here, okay? As a swing trader, we're just looking for the big moves. We're not looking to nickel and dime our trades. We're just looking to catch the big moves because the big moves make all the difference. Now, here's a stock that had a big gap and go on Friday. Definitely going to lock in some profits here. Let's drag my stop loss order to the low of Friday. I think that's an obvious level. If the stock were to retrace there and try to fill that gap, I don't want to be in it. So let's move that stop loss order up. We'll drag this up just a scotch. There we go. Again, I'm just eyeballing here, guys. I'm not looking for perfection. As a swing trader, I can afford to not be perfect. I'm looking for the big moves. We'll drag that to break even. And I'm almost done here. Ooh, this one is, it's had quite a run. Let's move this stop loss order up to about there. Lock in some profits. All right, good. That one can stay. This one, we'll leave it for now. I hesitate to leave it, but we'll leave it. Toll Brothers, we'll leave that one. Z-Lab, we're going to bring this up to the break even. That's, you can see where that blue horizontal line is where it says B+. That's my entry price. Same with this one. I'm going to drag it out to the break even. Very good. Same. Drag it up to break even. You know, some of these trades that I've been into for several weeks now, I mean, they might not be going my way and they might be going sideways, and that's cool, but at least drag my stop loss order up to break even, right? I think the rest of these are just going to stay put as they are. Okay. Yep, looking good. So there you go. That's a little process I go through every day. Well, I don't do it every day. I do it definitely on Mondays, and I do it live for you guys to see it. But then, you know, a couple times throughout the week, I'll go through and adjust my stop loss orders, always dragging them up in the direction of the trend. I never lower my stop loss order. That's not what we do. Hi, Tricos. Hello, welcome. Thank you for saying hello. So, folks, again, this is other than what I just did there, that's really the only prepared content I have for you for the next hour. So this is going to be driven by you, the listeners, the watchers. So any questions that you have, type them in here. And until we start getting some platform questions, I guess I'll take your question about FCEL. Do I like it for a swing trade? Well, no, I don't. For a couple of reasons. One, this thing has gone parabolic in the last week. This thing's tripled in price? It's too late to buy this thing here. Could it go higher? Of course it could, but I wouldn't buy it. I wouldn't buy it with your money. But also, I tend to not buy stocks under 10 bucks a share. That's just my preference. I don't like to trade any stocks under 10 bucks a share. That's just me. You could disagree, and that's fine. But do I like it as a swing trade? No, I don't. I would not take that as a swing trade. Hi, Esther. Ride is the trade of the week. Yes, it is. That looks pretty good. That's a stock I would swing trade. In fact, if I were buying this stock here, I'd probably buy it and place my stop right at today's low, which was right about here, right? You can see this is the opening candle today when the market opened. I'd probably place my stop right there around 27 and let this thing ride. Literally ride. Okay, Esther, can you please show me? Oh, let me... Can I make my like list and out trade? Sorry, I'm not understanding what you wrote there. Let me take a moment to try to read between the lines. Esther, can you try that question again? Type that over because I'm not following you. Okay, India. How to allow brokerage plus auto trade to allow a position to be opened in two different strategies. That's a good question. Let me open up the strategies tab in brokerage plus. I got I got one of my own strategies here. Let's see something here. I'm not sure if I have an answer on that one. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe I do. If you go into the configurations on your strategy, just right click on the strategy, hit edit trading strategy, go to entry time. And here it'll say, where it says send orders for a symbol at once most per day for this strategy. I read that wrong, but send orders for a symbol at most once per day for this strategy. So this will only send for one single symbol. It'll only do it once for this strategy. But if you've got multiple strategies that fire the same trade, you're going to get them both. And there's no way, I don't believe that there's any way to prevent that from happening, because if it did that, then your strategy is not trading in accordance to your strategy. So that's a separate issue. If you got two strategies that are firing the same stocks, maybe you need to figure out which strategy you'd rather use and use that one strategy. Because if you got two strategies that are often sending signals in the same stocks, it sounds like you got a lot of overlap. And I come from a world of less is more. All right. I'd rather have one great strategy running than three mediocre strategies that I'm not sure which one is the best one. Does that make sense? Okay, Esther, you want to put trades on and you want your stop loss level to be the ATR. All right, let's see here. So again, let's just look at a strategy that I've got built. Let's edit the trading strategy and go to risk management. Now, for risk management, to set your stop loss, you're going to go here and see where it says percent. I'm going to drag that. I'm going to change this to filter. Okay, I'm going to use filter. And then in the formula, I'm going to try to find average true range. Not sure if I have that. ATR. Of course, it's not easy to find that way. Let's see. As you can see, we have a ton of filters. There it is, average true range. So you could have average true range be your stop loss level. That's how you add that. Okay, hope that made sense. India, glad you understood your answer. Super. All right. Yes, sir. I hope that helped. Okay. All right, folks. Like I said, this time is yours. So please throw your questions in the questions panel, and we will do the best we can to answer them for you. Oh, great, Esther. Welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad that worked. I got to be honest, I don't use those advanced filters a whole lot, or actually really at all, for my stops. With my strategies, I just use a simple, because I'm a swing trader, I basically just use a simple 5% stop loss level. Again, quick and dirty. Guys, if you've been listening to me for any length of time, you know I like to keep things simple. That's just the way I am. I've been doing this too long. I find that when I try to overcomplicate things and add too many layers and add too many rules, when the shit hits the fan, so to speak, I'm more likely to make a mistake when there's so many decisions to be made and so many filters and so many whatevers. So I like to keep things as simple as possible. That's what works for me. You can judge me for that if you want, and that's okay. I've just found that after 22 years of trading, almost 23 now, the simpler I keep things, the better I perform. I just don't like having to make a whole lot of decisions. Decisions slow me down. Show you how to trade your My Like list. Well, what you need to do is you want to build a strategy, Esther, that uses your My Like list as the symbol base that it pulls from. So let's do this. If I were to create a new alert window, I go here to my Trade Ideas menu bar and hit New and hit Alert Window. And I'm going to start from scratch. Now, the important thing here is I don't know what your alerts are and what your filters are. That's for you to decide, Esther. But if you want to have the only symbols that get traded are the symbols from your My Liked Symbols list, you go to the Symbols List tab. And I've already got it right here. You can see My Liked. I can click it. But if you don't see My Liked showing here, which you might not because if you haven't done it yet, what you're going to want to do is go into the Add Existing List button. Click this. You'll find it in here somewhere. There it is, My Liked. I just click on it, and then it'll populate in here, and you just place a check next to the My Liked. And then you'll see only the following list. Your alert window is only going to trigger alerts on stocks that are on your My Liked symbol list. So that's how you do that, Esther. Hope that makes sense. India, good question. India wants to know, when you have active strategies here, she wants to know, will it disable itself every night, and do I have to turn it on every day to trade it? And the answer is yes. Every day, if you want to trade a strategy, you're going to have to log into Trade Ideas, and you're going to have to turn on your strategies from scratch every day. And it's real simple. You just highlight a strategy in your strategies tab like I have here. Just right click on it and then choose click to enable right there. That will turn on the strategy. You have to do it every day. This is not designed to be a set and forget thing, whether it's your own strategies or if you're trading Holly strategies. You have to engage with the platform every day. It's not a machine you turn on and just let it run for a month and go away on vacation and come back from the beach and say, hey, look at all the money I made. That would just be irresponsible. All right, folks. I know that auto trading is sexy and it's a great feature and it's very useful for people who have strategies that they trust and they've used for a long time and manually traded it for a long time, and they want to just automate it so to make their lives a little easier. That's great, but you still have to engage with the platform every day. That's just smart risk management. You know, if something goes wrong, if something goes haywire, you need to be able to take action. So you'll have to turn it on every day. Okay, we are caught up. Totally random sidebar here, folks, because I'm having a conversation with a coworker back channel. My wife and I binge watched a TV series over the last few days. We just finished it last night. Ted Lasso on Apple TV Plus. If anybody gets Apple TV Plus, there's a 10-episode series called Ted Lasso featuring Jason Sudeikis. Holy cow, it's amazing. I thought it'd be super cheesy and dumb. So great. So you just got to check it out. Check out the trailers. You'll like it. It's funny. If you like funny and heartwarming, it's great. Anyway, sorry about that sidebar. All right, Cole, I see your question. Give me a second to read through it. Oh, you just want my thoughts? I mean, I think it's great, Cole. I mean, if that here's my feeling on filters. And you've got a bunch of filters in there, right? You're 2% above VWAP, you're 10% above previous close, you're 50%, above the, upper 50% of position and range. Those are filters, right? And I think the more filters, the better, because here's the reality, guys. There are approximately 8,000 tradable securities in North America, right? You can't possibly be up to speed on all 8,000 stocks, right? You can't possibly know, what's the setup, what's the current situation. It's just too much to keep track of. So filters give you the ability to winnow out, to weed out all the stocks you definitely don't want to trade, so that you don't waste your bandwidth, your mental bandwidth on those stocks. And it allows you to just drill in on just the specific opportunities that you are willing to step in and make a trade on. For me, a top list that only shows me 5 or 6 or no more than 10 stocks, that's the ideal top list for me, right? Because I can wrap my head around 10 stocks, okay? But I can't wrap my head around 8,000 stocks. So the more filters you have, the more streamlined your process becomes, and I think that's great. So what are my thoughts, Cole? My thoughts are, if it works for you, keep doing it. I mean, there's no red flags that I see there in your criteria that would tell me that this would be troublesome. So rock on, buddy. I like it. That's the sound of me making a trade. Sorry about that. Quick little trade had to get done there on my other screen. Esther, how do you find triangles? You look for them. Sorry, that was too simple. We do have some geometric shapes that you might be able to find in an alert window. I can't make a promise that it's going to be the way you want it to be. I mean, shapes are subjective, right? What looks like a triangle to me might not look like a triangle to you. But if you go to the search tab in an alert config window, and in the category thing up here, if you close down, or if you drop down, you go to the geometric patterns right here, you might find, yeah, we have triangle bottoms, triangle tops. You can experiment with these, Esther, but like I said, I'm not sure it's going to be what you wanted. There's no one size fits all for everybody, but you can get some alerts on triangle bottoms or triangle tops. So might want to play around with that. So go to the category, find the geometric pattern, drop down, and look through there. See if you see something. It's an alert window, Esther. For sure, Siggy. Specializing in about 20 stocks or so, that seems reasonable. Back in my active day trading days, when I day traded stocks in the late 90s and early 2000s, I was kind of the same way. I had a universe of probably about 20 stocks, maybe 25. I mean, it wasn't a hard number, but it was definitely a universe of stocks that I typically did 90% of my trading in. Just because I traded them every day, I got used to them. I kind of knew the way they moved. I knew who the players were back when level 2 actually showed you who was on the bid and who was on the offer. We don't have that advantage anymore, unfortunately, but back then I could see that it was Goldman Sachs sitting on the bid buying everything that came at it, or Merrill Lynch was on the offer selling to anybody who wanted to buy, right? Like you had that information. You don't have that information anymore. But when I focused on a handful of stocks, I got to know who the players were, who were the people to respect, what the levels were that everybody was watching. So I'm with you, buddy. Hi, Steve. Says you said you've connected your brokerage, Interactive Brokers account to Brokerage Plus. You've enabled today's Holly AI strategies, but nothing appears to be happening. What time did you make that connection? Or have you not turned on the strategies yet? Oh, yeah, you did say. You went into the Holly AI tab, and mine all say off right here, but you've gone through and you've turned all these on, right? Like you could go right click and enable selected strategy, and now it's on. See how it's on? I'm assuming you've done that. So if all these are saying on, I guess my question to you is, when did you turn them on? Did you turn them on before the market opened? If so, you should have gotten into trades. If you did it afterwards, maybe there just hasn't been any trades since you turned it on. In total, Holly has done 8, 9, 10 trades in total today. In fact, let me go to the Omni AI channel here for a sec. Just see if you can get an idea when all these trades entered. Let's see. The last trade to enter was about an hour and 10, a little over an hour ago. This KEX. So if you turned Holly on after this would be I don't know what time zone you're in, but this would be 11:11 Eastern time. If you turned Holly on after 11:11 a.m. Eastern time, there hasn't been any new trades since. Okay, well, there's your answer, Steve. You turned it on 45 minutes ago. That's why. There just haven't been any new trades yet. She did a bunch of trades in the first hour of the day. I'm in the mountain time zone, so the market for me opens at 7:30. So you can see there was a trade here at 7:36, 7:51, 7:38. All these trades happened in the first hour or so after the market opened. So Steve, just be patient. It's likely she'll get another trade or two on before the day's out. But yeah, that's your answer. So what do you think, folks? The turkey gods going to rally the market heading into Thanksgiving this week? That seems to be a typical trading pattern over my many years in this business. It always seems like the Thanksgiving weekend, for one reason or another, always seems to be a slow drift higher. Nothing crazy, nothing big, but feels like, and I haven't done any scientific study on this, but I feel like if I were to, on Monday morning of Thanksgiving week, if I were to just buy the open in the S&P 500, right? If I wanted to do it like an index, or maybe the NASDAQ, the QQQ, or the IWM, if I just bought all those at the open on Monday and held them all the way through the close of Friday's half-day session, I feel like over time, that's a winning strategy. If anyone else has any other opinions on that, let me know. Yes, Steve, you're going to need to purchase the data plan from IB. That is essential. If you don't have the live data plan, I think it costs somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 a month, maybe a little less. If you don't have the live level 1 data plan with Interactive Brokers, things are not going to work right, which is annoying, but that's the way Interactive Brokers does things. So you need to have that data plan. I think Holly will still place a trade, but you won't be getting the fills you think you should be getting. Honestly, I don't know exactly what the problem is, but I know that it messes everybody up if you're not paying the IB data plan. I think it's no more than $10 a month. And I don't know how they parse it out. They've got a lot of different subscription options or data plan options, but basically all you need is live data for NASDAQ, New York Stock Exchange, Amex. And you just need the level 1 data. You don't need level 2 data. If they charge extra for that, they probably do. Just need the level 1. All you need to know is the last price. That's really all you need to know. That's all you need to pay for. Nope, Steve, you don't need to turn anything else on in Trade Ideas. Once you've got the data plan with IB, it'll all work the way it should work. So I got a little top list here. It's called Movers Since the Open, and this just shows you all the stocks that have had the biggest moves since the opening print. And Fuel Cell, we talked about this one earlier. I mean, this thing has just been a monster, but this G-Tech is, wow. Thing opened around $5. Now it's up north of 6. That's a good percentage gain. A lot of these are cheap stocks. They all seem to be penny stocks. Beam, here's one. I like the stop list. This is something I keep an eye on because this really tells you the things that are moving intraday. You know, it kind of filters out the effect that any large opening gap might have. And if I double click the column header, I'll see all the stocks that are down the most since the open. I don't know why I've got this ETF in here. That should be filtered out. I don't care about ETFs. Pharmaceutical company getting crushed. US Express getting crushed. Here's a stock that gapped higher, but they basically just sold the open. So this change from open filter here, something that's fun to play around with. I would recommend it. If you guys are looking for intraday trading opportunities. Esther, have we been trying to get Interactive Brokers to lower their commissions? Well, first of all, Esther, Interactive Brokers, as far as commissionable brokerage plans go, they've got some of the lowest commissions in the industry. In fact, that's why we partnered with them back when we did years ago, is because they had the cheapest commissions on the street. And that was a great thing for our customers. Now, as we all know, in the past year, the landscape has shifted and lots of brokers are offering free commissions. But little sidebar on that, folks, there's no such thing as free commissions. Yes, there might not be a line item in your brokerage statement charging you commission for your trades, but trust me, you're paying that commission whether you know it or not. You're paying that commission in the form of worse fills. You might not notice it. It might be a penny penny worse fill than you thought you'd get, or 5 cents worth. Might be, depending on your time frame, you might not even notice or care, but trust me, that adds up. The brokerage is making their money. Don't you worry about that. But anyway, off that sidebar. IB charges commissions to use for our customers to send trades to them from our Brokerage Plus platform. However, I happen to be in on meetings with Interactive Brokers that are ongoing as we speak, and there is some talk that Interactive Brokers is going to open up free commission trading to our API customers, which is what people use to do Brokerage Plus. I can't promise that. It's not up to me. It's not up to Trade Ideas. It's up to Interactive Brokers. We're trying to sell them on why it's good business for both of us, and they seem to agree. It's just a matter of how we get that done. Technically, something needs to be built. So stay tuned on that, Esther. We hope to offer, or we hope that Interactive Brokers will offer free commission trading to our API customers coming soon, hopefully in the early part of this coming year. That would be great. But again, like I said, at the end of the day, the commissions that they charge are pretty negligible. So it's not the worst thing in the world to pay Interactive Brokers commissions. I'm with you though, Esther. Any time we could save money is good. There are few things traders control in this world. One of those things that we control is how much we pay in commissions. So the less commissions we pay, that goes straight to your bottom line. I will agree with you there. All right, folks, we've reached the halfway point of this session. I've got another about 27 minutes to hang out with you till the top of the hour. So for those of you who logged in after my initial preamble, I see there's at least a handful of you that have logged in since I first started talking. This is a live Q&A session. I have nothing planned to speak about. The floor is open for whatever you want to talk about. I promise, if you've got a question about something, there's somebody else on this call who was wondering the same thing, or at the very least would benefit from knowing what you're asking about. Because, somebody might ask a question about a feature that you didn't even know we had, or you didn't know you could use it in that way. And so that could be beneficial to everybody. So please, if you're sitting on a question, don't be shy. Throw it in there. Meanwhile, I got some Beethoven playing in the background. So if you hear the music, that's what you hear. I don't know why I'm listening to Beethoven lately. I don't know. I was reading a book the other day, and the author mentioned listening to Beethoven while he works, and so I thought I'd give it a try. And it's been kind of nice the last couple days. Usually, I'm listening to some rock. Yes, sir, Steve. Those are the datas you need. You need the New York and you need the NASDAQ. I think the NYMEX, isn't it the futures exchange? I don't think you need that one. You just need the NYSE and NASDAQ and the Amex. You'll want Amex too, which should all be bundled in. Yeah, you don't want futures. You don't want to pay for futures. We don't have futures data on Trade Ideas, so you won't need that. All right, folks, we seem to hit an air pocket here. No questions coming, so that's why I'm quiet. But I'm here. I'm standing by. If you got questions, throw them in. Throw them in. Kevin wants to know: do I personally put my money on auto trade Holly? No, I don't. I don't auto trade Holly. For those of you, many people here who are in this call today know that I am primarily an options trader these days. That's my focus. That's where I do 95% of my trading is with options. So no, I'm not auto trading Holly. One of the things about auto trading Holly is it's a day trader. So you need to have 25K in your account. That's FINRA rules. If you want to be an active day trader, you got to have 25K in your account. I don't have 25K to allocate to stock trading. All of my money is in my options trading. That's where I make my money. And I don't want to move any money from options trading into stock trading because I think I do better in options. I mean, that's the bottom line right there. I'd rather keep my money invested in options and in my option strategies. So no, I don't. But the other guys here who do these training sessions on Tuesday through Friday, all of them trade Holly. I don't know if any of them are auto trading. Michael might be auto trading. Michael's auto trading for sure. The other guys, kind of do it more a la carte and they do it manual, but they definitely use Holly to get them in and out of trades. Okay, I see a couple questions came in. Oh, Kevin, just to finish a thought on options, do I buy or sell when it comes to options? I do everything. I make long directional bets with options. I do premium selling strategies, delta neutral strategies. I do everything. I'm strategy agnostic. Okay, 222. I see your question. On Brokerage Plus, Holly AI is off. Why are there trades that show up? Well, you shouldn't have any trades showing up here in your positions window here in Brokerage Plus. There shouldn't be any new trades coming in unless you've got either Holly turned on, which I have them all off, or if you got one of your own strategies turned on. If you don't have any strategies on, or if Holly is off, then you should not be having any trades coming in. So you've got something turned on if you're seeing new trades coming in. Yes, Holly will take the occasional short trade. And if you can't trade short trades in your IRA, then your brokerage will just reject the order. That's really what will happen. Now, you can, if you're trading Holly and you can't trade short, the better thing to do is just not activate the short strategy. See here, these are all the Holly strategies. You can see that they're bucketed. All the longs are up top, all the short at the bottom. You could just select just the long strategies to turn on, right? Just highlight all those and right click and enable these 7 strategies, and that'll only turn on those 7, right? I'm going to disable those. I don't want them on. You can do that. But yeah. You could definitely avoid the short trades. And I know that's annoying for some people to have IRAs. They have restrictions on being able to enter short positions, which sucks. But hey, those are the rules, and that's what we have to abide by, right? Perseverance trading, that's an interesting idea. We don't publish a ranking system for scans in terms of profitability or profit factor, but not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. The thing is, though, is that, scans work great today and they might work great for a week and then next week they totally suck. So it's something you gotta be constantly evolving. Dele wants to know, how do you use TI for options? Well, first of all, Trade Ideas is not built for options trading. So if you're coming to Trade Ideas and you're looking for volatility data and spreads data and open interest and monthly expiration, series specific information and strike specific information, you're not going to find it. That's not what we're built for. We are built for stock trading. Now, with that caveat out of the way, Can an options trader use trade ideas to good effect? Yes, you can. If you are a directional player, meaning you like to just buy long calls or long call spreads, or if you like to buy puts when you're bearish, you can use trade ideas to find opportunities in stocks that are setting up the way you want them to set up before putting a trade on. Trade ideas can certainly give you that alert that, hey, here's a bullish setup, time to get in, and then you can go make your options trade. Certainly. A lot of people do that. That can be done. Or if you're a delta neutral trader who likes to put on credit spreads, you can build top lists that show you stocks that are in very tight ranges, right? Stocks that are kind of going sideways. Those are the ideal stocks to be selling delta neutral trades on. So yes, indirectly, you could use trade ideas to find the situations that you like to use. But if you're looking for hardcore options data like volatility and things like that, you're just not going to find it. Steve, yes, if you are based in the United States of America, these wonderful United States, our so forward-thinking congressmen think that you need to have $25,000 in your account to be able to be a day trader, because they think, in all of their infinite wisdom, that if you have less than $25,000 in your account, then you are somehow not deemed responsible enough to be a day trader. I hope you can detect my heavy sarcasm. But yes, if you are in the U.S., you need to have $25,000 in your account. That's what the U.S. regulators require. That's not our rule. We hate the rule. Most traders do. Most brokerages do. But those are the rules. No, Kevin, you cannot backtest Holly strategies. Holly strategies are proprietary. You are not able to backtest them. But the Holly AI engine backtests them for you. But no, you can backtest all of your own strategies. Any strategies you create on your own, you could certainly backtest them, but you cannot backtest Holly AI strategies. All the parameters, all the filters, all the alert triggers that get you into a Holly trade, that's all proprietary information. Let's see, who's that? 222. You're asking about this last symbol column. This is just telling you the last symbol that traded in this strategy. Doesn't mean I traded it. It just means that HYLN is the last symbol to trade in the on support strategy. And GP is the last symbol to trade in the breakout long strategy. I didn't trade it. It's just telling you that these are the last symbols to come through on each individual strategy. That's all that's telling you. India asks, in the Brokerage Plus account, when you flatten all positions, will it also cancel preset stop losses and profits? It should. I mean, that seems common sense. So I've got all these positions here, right? And well, I mean, let's do an example here. Let's do one. So I got a trade here. It's not working. This lazy boy. I'll sacrifice this trade for this experiment. So I've got a stop loss order in, and before I do anything, let's go to my orders tab, and you'll see that I've got an order for Lazy Boy right there to sell at 37.81. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go back to my positions tab. Let's highlight it, and let's just get out. We'll hit the flatten button. That means to flatten your position. Let's hit it. Let's get out of the trade. Okay. And if I go to my executions tab, you know what? I hit it twice. I should not have done that. I screwed up. But I sold it. In fact, I might have double position on. Let's go here. Yes, you know, now I'm short 100 shares. Let's flatten that one now. Highlight it, hit flatten. That's going to get me out. Okay. Executions. There you go. So now I'm completely out. Those are the 3 trades I just put on. I should have put on 1, but I put on 3. Now let's go back to the orders tab. Let's see if that stop loss order is still sitting there for Lazy Boy. Those are filled. Look at that. It says canceled. Okay. So there you go. If you flatten your positions manually, any resting orders will get canceled. As you can see, it's highlighted there. It's canceled. Okay. Hope that answers that question. Steve asks, can you paper trade Holly with less than $25,000 in your account? Absolutely, you can. If you want to paper trade or simulate trade Holly, what you need to do is in your Brokerage Plus window, see where it says connected? You're going to go here and you are going to connect to the Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. Okay? Everyone who uses the simulated trading account, you start off with a $100,000 account. It's fake money, right? It's just fake money. It is what it is. But you have $100,000 of buying power. And then you could simulate trade. Oops, I just disconnected. When I'm in the simulator, I can auto trade Holly. Absolutely. And by the way, I recommend everybody do that. If you're considering auto trading Holly, before you commit real money to that, we strongly encourage everybody to auto trade Holly on the simulator first. Do it for a couple of weeks. Get a feel for what the executions are like, what the P&L swings are like, how you interact with it. Once you're comfortable there, then you turn on the real money. Kevin, there are no default windows or alert windows of TI that you would use to trade options. There's no default for that. It's just you gotta, here's the thing about Trade Ideas, and here's where Trade Ideas is most powerful. Trade Ideas is most powerful in the hands of traders who come to Trade Ideas knowing exactly what it is they're looking for. They know the types of setups they like. They know the stocks that they definitely will not trade. They know the filters that are important to them. And if you know all that information, or at least have a general sense of that information, then you could use the tools in Trade Ideas to make your life a hell of a lot simpler. You could build an alert window to do all the hard work of finding those stocks the moment that they set up the way you like it. So you don't have to just keep scanning and scanning and scanning over chart after chart after chart. Let the software do the hard work for you. But you got to put in the work to set up that alert window to alert you when you want to be alerted. Okay, so if you like to buy stocks that are making intraday highs because you're a momentum guy, great. Build an alert window that will alert you any moment a stock makes an intraday high, and add some filters so that it filters out the stocks you definitely don't want to trade. And as an options trader, I would recommend one filter you're going to want to use. So I'm just going to open up the config of an alert window here. If I go to the search tab, you're going to want to type in options. And you'll see all the options related filters we have. It's not a whole lot. Again, we're not built for options trading. But if you go here and go to options volume today, you're going to want to use this filter, because if you add this filter and set the minimum volume to 1, then this is going to filter out all stocks that don't trade options, right? Like as an options trader, you don't want to get alerted on stocks that aren't optionable, right? Not every stock has options. So if you just set this little simple filter of requiring a minimum of 1 option contract traded today, that will keep you in liquid stocks with liquid options. So that's the one filter I would recommend. Okay, Kevin, you want to see a top list that will show you stocks that are in a range. Okay, let's do that. If I go to my TI menu bar and hit new and choose top list window, this is, there's a lot of different ways to skin the cat. Let me start from scratch real quick. But one thing that comes to mind is position and range. So we have a number of position and range filters, but let's do a position and 3-month range, right? If I add this filter and if I set the requirements to be, let's say 25 to 75. What this means, if I click the show me button here, this is going to show me stocks. Oh, I wish it would say this in plain English, but it doesn't. Basically what this is doing is going to show me all stocks that are in the middle 50% of their 3-month range. Okay. Now that's not the magic filter that's going to show you the best stocks to put, delta neutral credit spreads on, but it's a start. Right? It's going to show you stocks that are in the middle of their range for the past 3 months. And you could tighten these parameters, right? You can make it 30-70 if you want to really kind of zoom in there. You got to experiment to figure out what works best for you. But the position and range filters might help in that regard. Let's see, I wonder if we have consolidation in the filters. I don't know if we do. Consolidation. You might want to also experiment with the consolidation filter, where you can set the number of days. So if I set this filter here and set the days to, like, I don't know, 5, now let's say 10. If I hit the show me button, it's going to say, show me stocks where the stock has been consolidating for at least 10 days. That might be another good filter for you to play around with. Stocks that are in the middle of their range, stocks that have been consolidating, those can be great candidates. Steve, there's a couple ways you can find out the win-loss history of Holly AI. So if you go to any of the Holly AI channels, let's just do the general Holly AI channel right here. For all the strategies that are active today, and not all strategies are active every day, but the strategies that are active today, you can see their performance here. Now, I don't have the column displayed. I'm going to have to go in here because I just don't like it. I don't need to see it. But if I right-click in here and go to columns, I can find the win rate. There it is, win percentage of these stocks, of these strategies. And there you go. Win percentage rate. So you see 68%, 62%, 65%. This is based on the back test that goes back over the last 3 months. So all these strategies are back tested every night. And based on its most recent back test that ran last night, this particular strategy here has a 68% winning percentage. Now you can only see this on the strategies that are active today. Okay, another place that you can go and find the performance of Holly. I don't know if this is what you're looking for, but I'm going to find a link here for you. Just give me a sec. Where is it? Here it is. Oh no, that's not what I want. That's not the one I want. I'm looking at another computer. That's why you don't see anything happening. There it is, trade idea, 3 AI performance. Okay, copy. I'm going to put the performance here, Holly AI performance. There you go. It's now in your chat window there on YouTube. You can see the link there. That'll show you the performance of the Holly AI going back to the beginning of last year. So I don't know if that answers your question, but it'll certainly be useful to you or to other people. So there you go. Kevin, what's the difference between consolidation and position in range? Well, consolidation tells you that a stock is in the act of consolidating. It's in the act of getting into a tighter and tighter range. Now, the position in range filter will tell you where in that range it is, right? A stock could consolidate at the high end of its range. That's probably not what you want if you're looking to put on a delta neutral trade. You want to see a stock that's both consolidating and doing it in the middle of its trading range. Okay, so that's the difference. Consolidation shows you a stock that's in the act of consolidating, and the position in range filter will show you where in the range it's happening. Ideally, you want it consolidating right smack dab in the middle of the range. That's the ideal scenario. I mean, because for me, in my experience, a stock that's consolidating near its highs or a stock that's consolidating near its lows, that tells me that stock is just getting ready to resume that direction. And that's definitely not what you want if you're putting on a delta neutral trade. All right, folks, I got 5 minutes left to hang out with you, so I'm going to issue last call for questions. Last call for questions for me to answer anyway. When I turn at the top of the hour, I'll turn the platform back over to Barry. And Barry will resume the trading room shortly thereafter and take you into the close. right, so folks, like I said, last call for questions. If you got anything that's burning a hole in your brain, hit me with it now, or hang out and wait till tomorrow. We do these every trading day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. If you didn't know this already, or if you're not in the U.S., Thursday is a holiday this week. The market is closed. It's Thanksgiving in the U.S., so there'll be no trading on Thursday, and therefore no Q&A on Thursday. Friday is a half day, I believe. We will not be doing a Q&A session on Friday. I'm not sure if it's a full trading day or not. Doesn't matter. We are taking the day off, so there'll be no Q&A on Friday of this week. But every other Friday there will be. Barry, you can go ahead and start streaming, and if you steal it from me, not the end of the world. But if not, you'll get the screen when I turn it off. How's this fuel still? Fuel still starting to pull back a little. It's all right. It's all good. I know a bunch of guys are riding this thing today. Whew, hold on. That can be a wild ride in percentage terms. No reason why this thing can't come back and fill that gap today. Anything's possible. This thing has had quite a run the last few days. All right, folks, it seems that the questions have dried up. So I am going to put a fork in it. We're done. Everybody have a happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy the time off this week. Thanks for being here. And we'll be back tomorrow, same time, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Your host, Steve Gomez, will be on the mic. So if you got more questions, hang out till then, and Steve will be happy to answer you. I'm going to sign off now. Barry, it's all yours, my friend. Take care, everybody.